The House will be in order. The Chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., May 21st, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Darren LaHood to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allotted between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders, and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamichi, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the news today is about a bill. It's a big bill. The Republicans' big, bad bill, which is cruel, cold-hearted, and completely unnecessary. And it's not even fiscally responsible. It's actually going to add to the deficit. This massive bill, which is more than 1,000 pages, was and is being negotiated behind closed doors. The debate started at 1 o'clock in the morning in the darkness of night. This bill is going to strip health care and food assistance from millions of Americans so billionaires can get trillions of dollars in tax breaks. Mr. Speaker, who's afraid of the big bad bill? Well, a lot of people are, and for good reason. Make no mistake, if you rip health care away from millions of Americans, people will die. Right now, this is the largest Medicaid cut in American history. In fact, the headline today, summarizing the score on this bill from the Congressional Budget Office said, "Wealthy gain, low-income people lose from GOP mega bill." They're right. There's about 1.4 million Oregonians on Medicaid, including 1 in 3 children. And I challenge my colleagues, go to a pediatric cancer wing and tell a child with leukemia and their parents that they can't afford life-saving treatment. If you don't have the courage to tell that to their face, then don't support this bill. This bill takes food from hungry children. SNAP helps more than 775,000 Oregonians, 50% of whom are children, helps them put food on the table. This bill would lead to a significant reduction in food benefits for families. I guess billionaires can eat caviar in their mansions or on their yachts while launching celebrities and rockets on vanity tours of space, but everyday Americans will be left unsure about whether they'll have enough to feed their families. The top 20% of income earners are going to get at least 68% of the benefits in this bill, while Oregonians and Americans who benefit from Medicaid and SNAP will be left to suffer. Because of this big bad bill, student loan borrowers could be in debt until they die. Many students who get Pell Grants will be harmed. The bill will raise monthly student loan payments for working and middle-class borrowers, affecting 15 million people across the country, and that includes more than 50,000 Oregonian students and families who, with this bill, will have limited options for repayment relief. And no question, unless you're from a wealthy family, this bill will close the doors of opportunity for the next generation to access affordable college. Families will pay more for groceries, gas, insurance, and utilities, but oil companies and corporate executives will be getting tax breaks. This bill will hike the average household electricity bill by about 10%, forcing families to pay more while corporate polluters are getting a windfall. Nationwide, families would pay an extra $6 billion. Republicans are going to make it easier for corporate polluters to poison our water and air. We'll see an increase in the number of wildfires and floods that devastate communities, and that will lead to continuing skyrocketing insurance premiums and property damage. Farmers and ranchers, they're collateral damage. This bill greenlights more drilling and mining that will spoil water supplies used for irrigation and livestock, poisoning the land while fossil fuel CEOs profit. Public lands, those belong to all Americans, not billionaire donors. But Donald Trump and congressional Republicans are going to privatize, drill, and destroy them for profit, and that will eviscerate the very spaces that make us America the Beautiful. And finally, tucked into this bill is a 10-year block on state regulation of artificial intelligence, which might make sense if we had policies at the federal level for safety, security, and bias, but we don't, and the public will face unchartered and unchecked harm. So for all these reasons and more, I oppose this misguided legislation, and I urge every one of my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota, the Majority Whip, Mr. Emmer, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize one of our outstanding caseworkers, Barbara Harper. Barbara is retiring at the end of the month after nearly 2 decades of public service to the people of Minnesota's 6th Congressional District. We're lucky to have Barbara here on the floor today for this speech. This is a bittersweet moment. As the lead caseworker in our office, Barbara repeatedly demonstrated compassion, tenacity, and dedication. These values define public service. Her career as a caseworker began over 18 years ago under Congresswoman Michelle Bachmann, who she first met when their children were in school together in Stillwater, Minnesota. Concerned by the curriculum her kids, Ben and Libby, were exposed to in the public school system, Barbara teamed up with other parents, including Representative Bachmann, to voice their concerns. It was through this shared passion that Barbara and Michelle developed a friendship. It wasn't until Barbara, her late husband, Larry, and their kids returned from a 3-year stay in Singapore for Larry's job that Barbara's career in public service began. Barbara reconnected with Michelle in the grocery store. Michelle remembered Barbara's passion for school choice and concerns with the school system. Barbara went on to help Michelle in her Minnesota Senate campaign as a volunteer scheduler. When Michelle decided to run for Congress, Barbara helped organize and support her campaign. After her victory, Barbara joined the Bachmann staff as a caseworker. She has led casework operations for the last 18 years, starting in 2007. Barbara is a total powerhouse. Her efforts alone returned hundreds of millions of taxpayers' dollars rightfully owed to our constituents. She has helped secure more than $1 million in federal funds for Minnesotans in the first 5 months of this year alone. Still, it is the human impact of her work that sets her apart. Barbara helped hundreds of Minnesota families with foreign adoptions, notably reuniting 4-year-old Otra, who was in a Kenyan refugee camp with her family in the United States. Otra was a baby when her family left for the U.S. and lacked the proper paperwork to emigrate with them. After years of work, Barbara secured authorization for Otra to enter the U.S. and coordinated with the airport to ensure a smooth arrival. It was an understandably emotional reunion for the family, and one that continued to serve as motivation for Barbara as she worked to solve similar cases for other Minnesota families. The walls of Barbara's office are covered with photos of families she's assisted, thank you cards and drawings from young children as a token of appreciation for her help. Not only does she support families in need, but she actively fights the federal bureaucracy on Minnesotans' behalf. One story involves a simple display of the First Amendment. A constituent of ours had signed and filed its tax return while adding the words, quote, "under protest without prejudice." For this, the constituent received a threatening letter from the thugs at the IRS telling him he could be fined $5,000 for adding those words. Barbara contacted the IRS, stood up for free speech, and prevented a fine from ever being levied against him. Barbara represents the best of all of us. She attends community events like the Senior Expo and brings casework directly to constituents. Barbara has held close to 100 hours of mobile service hours across our district. She also led our office's Congressional Art Competition, a program that actually turned into a passion for her. For years, we struggled to receive submissions, but thanks to Barbara's efforts, the program has turned into one of our most successful outreach projects. The best part is the joy it brings to Barbara when we recognize the young artists and their beautiful work. Barbara's commitment to service is unmatched. She often stayed in our office late into the night and worked weekends to help our constituents. Barbara has left an incredible impact on our community and has touched countless lives, including my own. Anyone who knows Barbara knows she's a devoted patriot. She frequently reminds our legislative team of the importance of our pro-liberty, America First principles, and she staunchly opposed the big government policy positions of the Obama and Biden administrations. Barbara is one of a kind, and my wife Jackie and I will always cherish her friendship. On behalf of our staff, the 6th District, and the nation, I say thank you, Barbara, for everything. We wish you all the best in your well-deserved retirement. I urge everyone to thank Barbara for her years of service to this institution. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Liccardo, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the floor for 5 minutes. I rise.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. I rise along with my colleague, Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren, and I know Congresswoman Ro Khanna also would like to be represented, to recognize the life and contributions of a U.S. Army veteran and community leader, Alcario Al Castayano, for his dedication to advancing education, arts, and leadership in San Jose and the greater Silicon Valley of California. He is not simply a tremendous model of generosity, but more importantly, of purpose. Al Castayano won the lottery. And no, I'm not just talking about his unique fortune of building a beautiful family with his wife Carmen, or his 3 beloved children, Armando Castayano, Maria West, and Carmela Castellano Garcia. In 2001, Al and his wife Carmen won a $141 million California lottery jackpot. But more importantly, the Castellanos were already pillars within the community, known for volunteering on committees and boards for local schools, civic organizations like San Jose GI Forum, and contributing to arts and cultural organizations like Movimiento de Arte y Cultura Latinoamericana and the School of Arts and Culture at the Mexican Heritage Plaza. So it came as no surprise when the family turned their moment of good fortune into a lifetime of impact. As often noted, their generosity or values didn't change after the win, only the size of their checks did. With their winnings, Al and Carmen created the Castayano Family Foundation to uplift San Jose's Latino community. Through the years, the foundation awarded millions of dollars in grants and scholarships to over 150 Silicon Valley nonprofits. Together, the Castayano Family Foundation and the Silicon Valley Community Foundation created the Latina Excel Fund, a $10 million effort to support Latino leaders and groups in Santa Clara and San Mateo counties. Al and Carmen were married for 57 years before she passed away just a few years ago in 2020. In the years after her passing, the Castellano children were the driving force behind the foundation until its operations concluded in 2023. The impact of their monetary contributions is exceeded by the change they cultivated on behalf of the Latino community by pushing for cultural preservation and more diverse representation in nonprofit leadership. On April 26th, Al Castellano passed away in his Saratoga home surrounded by loved ones. His most important role, of course, as loving husband, father, and grandfather to his family. It wasn't just Al that won the jackpot. We were the ones who hit the jackpot by having him as a wonderful friend and neighbor. I now yield to my colleague, the Congresswoman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Liccardo. You know, I first met Al and Carmen in the late 70s. When I was elected to the Community College Board, Carmen was the secretary for the president of City College, and Al, a hardworking guy. But what really stood out was the two of them volunteering their time constantly for the community through the GI Forum and the scholarship programs. I'm not a fan of the California lottery, but it was great to see them win because what they did with the newfound wealth was in keeping with their commitment to the community. They made sure that their windfall was distributed to nonprofits and to the community. They lifted everyone up. Al and Carmen won the lottery in many ways. They created a wonderful family. Their children, now adults, have the same commitment to public service that they had. We will miss Al, just as we miss Carmen. And I'm so grateful to my colleague, Mr. Liccardo, for organizing this tribute here on the floor today. Al and Carmen left a tremendous mark for good in our community. I will miss Al tremendously, and I thank Mr. Liccardo and yield back.
Thank you. I yield.
Yields back. Now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss the important issue of public lands management. My district is very blessed. From the iconic landscapes of Death Valley through the ski areas of the High Sierras and the wonder of Lake Tahoe, we host and steward some of the most magnificent places in the entire country. Across millions of acres of public land, 7 national forests, and countless parks, these wild places are the source of clean water and air for much of the state, while providing jobs for nearly 545,000 Californians and essential tax revenue for our communities, and of course, recreational opportunities for millions of visitors every year. That is why it is so important that any decisions made regarding the acquisition or disposition of these lands be made only after significant and meaningful local input. The communities most affected by our decisions must be willing partners in any plans made by the federal government. Local buy-in is the key to preserving these spaces and guaranteeing that our policies benefit the people that we represent. For that reason, I urge my colleagues to oppose any plan that would supersede the will of our local communities and reject efforts to force land decisions without prior consultation. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, in California, we have just learned that CARB, the California Air Resources Board, is plowing ahead with imposition of its new so-called low-carbon fuel standard to take effect in July. Now, the board has refused to even say what impact this is going to have on gas prices, but studies have shown that it could increase gas prices in California by another 85 cents per gallon. Now, let's just consider where we are right now. In California, the price of gas is nearly $5 a gallon. People get photos from their friends who are on vacation in another state showing $2.50 or something like that, and they simply can't believe it. California has, by far, already the highest gas prices in the country. Second place is Hawaii, an island state, where gas is 39 cents cheaper. Not only that, but the current price does not account for the fact that 2 refineries have recently announced that they are closing, significantly reducing the refining capacity in our state. A study out of USC estimated that this could increase the price of gas to $8 per gallon by the end of next year, and then you can layer on top of that this new so-called low-carbon fuel standard. It won't be long before we're paying $9 a gallon for gas, maybe $10 a gallon for gas in California, which is something our constituents simply cannot afford. It's one of the major reasons why the cost of living in our state has spiraled out of control. It's one of the major reasons why California has the highest real poverty rate of any state in the country. It's one of the major reasons why California has led the nation in domestic out-migration for 5 years in a row, according to U-Haul's own rankings, because folks simply cannot afford to live in our state. I'm calling on Governor Newsom and the legislature to stop imposition of this latest punishment for California drivers, which could increase the cost of gas 85 cents a gallon. I'm also calling on the governor and the legislature to revisit our state's highest in the nation gas tax, to revisit onerous regulations like cap and trade, to revisit all of the other regulations involving the fuel mix and all of the other things that have demonstrably increased the price of gas in our state. Californians are ready for common sense. They're ready for some sanity to return, and they simply are tired of having to pay far more for basic commodities than any place else in the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to sound the alarm on President Trump's reckless efforts to kneecap the agencies responsible for our nation's emergency preparedness. In recent weeks, deadly tornadoes have torn through Kentucky and Missouri, leaving behind devastation, heartbreak, and lives lost. My prayers continue to be with the families mourning the unimaginable and with the first responders who selflessly ran toward danger to save others. But the federal government should be offering more than thoughts and prayers to the families facing immense calamity. Instead, the Trump administration is dismantling the very systems designed to protect the American people when disaster strikes. At the height of tornado season and with hurricane season fast approaching, President Trump has made the unconscionable decision to weaken emergency preparedness at the federal level. This administration has slashed employment levels for the National Weather Service, firing researchers and forecasters who track and monitor natural disasters. And at FEMA, they have gutted the workforce, canceled critical mitigation and preparedness grant programs, and initiated reckless plans to undermine critical emergency infrastructure. President Trump even fired his own personnel in charge of FEMA for admitting that it is not in the best interest of the American people to eliminate the agency. These cuts threaten lives. Natural disasters impact all Americans and are not bound by the political whims of Washington. Whether it's a tornado in the Midwest, a hurricane battering the Southeast, or a blizzard sweeping across western New York, preparedness saves lives. Every early warning, every rapid deployment, and every ounce of emergency management coordination is the result of decades of investment in the public interest and science. But under this administration, diligence has been replaced with disregard. And the hard-earned trust between government and community is being shredded by this administration. As ranking member of the Subcommittee of Emergency Management and Technology, I've heard firsthand from experts who are ringing the alarm. These public servants are asking for the basics: adequate staffing, stable funding, modernized tools, and the freedom to do their jobs without political interference. It's a disgrace that the president is undermining the very professions they've dedicated their entire lives to. Mr. Speaker, this is not a partisan issue. This is an American issue. If the Republican majorities in Congress allow this administration to dismantle the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, defund the National Weather Service, and hollow out FEMA, then they are failing every family that depends on those agencies to survive the next natural disaster. The people sent us here to protect them, to ensure their security and safety. That means investing in the systems that stand between them and disaster. We must not sit idly by while this administration gambles with American lives. Americans deserve better. And I know I and the Democratic caucus will continue to fight every single day to make sure that they get it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Finstead, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the service of Tim Penny, a friend and a leader in southern Minnesota who is retiring from 18 years as president and CEO of the Southern Minnesota Initiative Foundation. Tim Penny first stepped into public service 49 years ago when he was elected to the Minnesota State Senate in his early 20s. From there, he would go on to serve in this very chamber as the U.S. representative for southeastern Minnesota, part of the district that I am honored to represent today. Whether in or out of elected office, Tim has been a fixture in our state for decades, fiercely advocating for the region's economic growth, rural development, and community revitalization. In his nearly 20 years leading SMIF, the organization has launched several grant projects, educational programs, and community improvement initiatives. His departure leaves behind enormous shoes to fill, but also a legacy of service. A legacy of service that will long be remembered by all of us in southern Minnesota. I want to congratulate Tim on your well-deserved retirement and wish you and Sandy the best in this next chapter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes a gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Sherflis McCormick for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, Republicans are jamming through a reckless bill that would wreak havoc on South Florida. In response, I introduced a series of common sense amendments to protect American families. Over the past few weeks, multiple hospitals, including several children's hospitals, have come into my office and pleaded with me to stop the devastating Medicaid cuts. One children's hospital in particular showed me their net operating margins for 2024. They were in the negative. This bill will close them down and deprive more than 80,000 children of life-saving care. This bill also threatens the integrity of this Lifeline program while giving tax breaks to the wealthy and well-connected and leaving our children sicker, poorer, and without health care. I'm offering an amendment to protect Florida's ability to fund Medicaid. I refuse to stay quiet and silent while this body attempts to rip away health care from our most vulnerable children who need it. I also introduced another amendment to protect South Florida's small businesses and the workers they depend on. Immigrants are the economic engine of South Florida. Their hard work and ingenuity make the region a desirable travel destination that thousands of people flock to each year. Unfortunately, this tax breaks for billionaires' bills threatens to upend the district's economy, shutter small businesses, and to disrupt South Florida's tourist industry. As it is currently written, this bill would impose excessive fees on employment authorizations sought by asylum seekers and individuals holding temporary protective status to work in the United States. At a time of unprecedented worker shortages for South Florida businesses, Congress should make it easier for companies to hire and not more difficult. My amendment caps employment authorization fees at $550 for asylum seekers and TPS holders. It is a common sense change that would give South Florida businesses the flexibility they need to keep moving and to keep thriving. I also have an amendment that strikes the visa fee for this bill. Imposing a fee on tourists at a time when the U.S. tourism is experiencing instability and unprecedented lows because of reckless trade wars would be catastrophic to our economy. Furthermore, my amendment eliminates the cruel remittance tax that will exacerbate crises in places like Haiti, Venezuela, and other African countries that depend on them. Taxing this lifeline will only bring more economic instability to the Caribbean and result in increased migration to the United States. Remittances should not be taxed, but should be incentivized. I will continue to fight relentlessly to protect South Florida from this reckless bill. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feenstra, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize ALS Awareness Month, to honor those that have lost their lives to this awful disease, and to share my support for our fellow Americans living with ALS. Last year, I had the opportunity to meet with Lori Hermstead from Spencer, Iowa, who tragically lost both of her daughters to ALS. At just 17 and 26 years old, Alex and JC Hermstead had their lives cut short by this horrible disease. They sadly became the youngest twin girls in history to lose their lives to FUS, ALS, an even rarer form of this disease. Lori's resilience in the face of unthinkable loss is inspiring, and she shared with me the positive memories that she had of her brave daughters. JC and Alex embraced life with remarkable strength, fearless hearts, and endless courage. They loved their families, friends, and faith, and shared a passion for outdoors and horses. JC and Alex's bravery in the face of overwhelming odds are helping to advance science in the ALS community today. Alex's brain tissue was donated to help advance ALS research, and JC personally urged lawmakers and the FDA to fast-track a new personalized drug designed specifically for her rare and aggressive form of ALS. These sisters showed us what it means to be courageous, to live with a purpose, and to never stop fighting for others. In the darkest moments, they were beacons of light. In honor of Alex and JC and every American living with or has lost their life to ALS, we must recommit our effort to find new cures and therapies for ALS. We will never forget Alex and JC, and we will continue to fight and find a cure for this tragic disease. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate my friend, Dr. Wendy Winterstein, on announcing her retirement for president from Iowa State University. Her leadership, President Winterstein prioritized students, led the state in research, and advanced Iowa State's incredible reputation. I always enjoyed working with her to advance Iowa State's priorities at the federal level. We also worked closely on protecting CARES to grow manufacturing in Iowa and bring jobs to our rural communities. She played a pivotal role in supporting our veterinary diagnostic lab and the world-renowned Ames lab. She will continue to be remembered as a phenomenal leader for our Iowa State University. I wish President Winterstein and her husband Robert all the best in their next chapter of life. Mr. President, I rise today to congratulate high school seniors across Iowa who are graduating. This is an incredible milestone in your life that you will always remember. It marks the conclusion of 4 years of hard work, perseverance, and personal growth. Whether you're off to a trade school, community college, or four-year university, or heading straight into the workforce, your contributions to our communities are crucial, and your voices are needed. You are the next generation of leaders, entrepreneurs, and innovators who will make our state and country a better place. I especially want to congratulate my daughter, Savannah, who graduated yesterday and will be attending Iowa State University this fall. Savannah, your mom and I are so proud of your accomplishments. And I can't wait to see your future. Congratulations to the class of 2025. Now, go chase your dreams. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here this morning to talk about what is happening here in Congress in regards to the budget proposal. You know, I can't believe that many of my Republican colleagues, many of which have larger number of folks on Medicaid, are proposing the largest cut to food assistance in the history of our country, the largest cut to Medicaid in our history of our country. And many are actually denying that they're even cutting it. That is a slap in the face of so many people that depend on it. You know, don't take it from me, but take it from the Congressional Budget Office and many others that continue to say that nearly 14 million Americans will lose their health care and thousands of people will be impacted by the proposal, the so-called reconciliation that is going through this chamber. We know that children and families will go hungry with this proposal. You know, our residents can't simply stop being hungry or stop being sick, Mr. Chair. For me, I know, being on the front lines of a community that continues to again be left behind with policies here in this chamber, I know that they feel very much that this budget is a betrayal to our families. And if it wasn't bad enough, this all is being done to give trillions of dollars, not billions or millions, but trillions of dollars in tax breaks to the billionaire class and the largest corporations that do not need these tax breaks. But don't worry, there is a budget that got increased. That's the Pentagon, the defense budget, the war machine of the Pentagon budget. Can't pass an audit, 7 audits in a row. I read somewhere that in the most recent audit failure, the Pentagon could not account for half of its assets. Half. That's hundreds of billions of dollars that are unaccounted for. And many of my colleagues continue to talk about the deficit. I know this is a misnomer, but the Congressional Budget Office said the deficit's being increased by $3.8 trillion. So why isn't there this outcry of that number? But it always seems to be an outcry when we're trying to, again, feed children that are hungry or help make sure that people, again, no fault of their own getting sick, to get covered by Medicaid. The budget would cut crucial programs for the poor and working families. That is a fact. It's not being made up. It's right there. It's going to take food away from hungry children, let people die from the lack of health care coverage, and they're even cutting, again, trillions of dollars again, so that we can continue to fund a budget that can't pass an audit. You know, one of the amendments that I'm offering this morning, Mr. Chair, is one of the ones that says, hey, if the Pentagon can't pass an audit, then we shouldn't be able to fund them. You know, I really believe no money for Pentagon waste. When an amendment would prevent any funds, again, being allocated to this, when you talk about waste, when you talk about fraud, you look at the Pentagon budget. But instead, what did we do? We went to the most vulnerable. We went to the hungry. We went to the sick. Why? Because many of my colleagues in this chamber own stock in war manufacturing, Mr. Chair. That's a direct conflict of interest. So every time they increase the budget for defense, many of them are benefiting personally from that increase. No increases to helping the poor or helping the hungry, and many of which are in both Republican and Democratic districts. Again, many of my colleagues have a lot more people on Medicaid than my district does. But yet here we are gaslighting and misleading the public and saying, we're not cutting it. We're not doing this or that. How is that possible when the Congressional Budget Office, a nonpartisan agency that many of my colleagues on the other side have quoted themselves? Many of the people that are the so-called, I'm concerned about the deficit, you're increasing the deficit by $3.8 trillion. But put that aside, the cruelty of it, the cruelty of it. You know, I have an amendment in there that talks about the fact that we need to focus on reducing the rate of infant mortality. Why can't we work on that? That is a national crisis right now, infant mortality. We can do that by ensuring that Medicaid covers all prenatal and postnatal care. Why can't we support that? Why can't we make sure? I know over 40% of births in our country are covered by Medicaid, Mr. Chair. And again, I'm trying to propose these amendments to highlight the fact that these are very critical programs, no matter where you live in our country. We could also be ending child poverty and ensure that every child has the resources they need to reach their full potential. You know, we should be talking about these critical issues of funding these programs. It's our tax dollars going back to our neighbors who need it most. And instead of voting to make life easier, they're supporting polluters, corporations, and billionaires that do not need it.
Gentlewoman's time's expired.
Please, to all my colleagues, they won't ask Speaker Johnson or the President why they voted this. They're going to ask you when you go back to your districts. So please do the right thing.
Recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor James Wood High School in Frederick County, Virginia, as it celebrates its 75th anniversary, a proud milestone for an institution dedicated to cultivating excellence through student engagement. James Wood High School, established in 1950 and led by Principal Paul Biebel, became the sole high school serving Frederick County. Prior to its opening, the county supported 5 smaller high schools located in the rural communities of Stevens City, Middletown, Stonewall, Gore, and Gainsboro. Each school was named for the community it served and played a key role in educating local students. While those schools no longer exist, the communities they represent continue to grow and stand as a lasting reminder of the county's history and progress. Named for James Wood, founder of Winchester, colonel of the Virginia Continental Militia, and friend of George Washington, the school stands on a foundation of history, leadership, and service. Today, James Wood High School is led by Principal Shelley Andrews and thrives by promoting the 4 Colonel C's: critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and creativity. Mr. Speaker, as James Wood celebrates 75 years of service to our community, we reflect with pride on its past and look forward to its continued role in shaping future generations. Congratulations to James Wood High School and all who have contributed to its remarkable journey. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the exceptional achievements of the Lord Botetourt High School Lady Cavaliers basketball team, who were recently crowned the 2025 VHSL Class 3A state champions. The Lady Cavaliers capped an extraordinary 26-3 season by toppling previously undefeated James Monroe, earning the program's 5th state title since 1995. Under the remarkable leadership of head coach Rene Favaro, now a 2-time state champion with an impressive 117-29 record over 6 seasons, this team has continued to raise the bar. The Lady Cavaliers also captured the Region 3D championship and saw standout player Madeline Winterton and Maddie Karen named to the VHSL Class 3A All-State First Team. This state championship adds to a storied program legacy, including back-to-back titles in 95 and 96 under Coach David Wheat, a 2018 title with Coach Chuck Pound, and a shared championship in 2020. I'd like to commend each of the dedicated student athletes: Addison Naff, Reagan Mead, Abby Kingery, Jaden Dan, Madeline Winterton, Alicia Holmes, Madeline Karen, Maggie Hoover, and Kayla Windsor, and extend heartfelt congratulations to Coach Rene Favaro and the entire Botetourt community. You've made your school and Virginia's 6th District extraordinarily proud. Go Lady Cavs. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the 150th anniversary of First Baptist Church of Roanoke, a beacon of faith, service, and resilience since its founding as Big Lick Baptist Church on May 16, 1875. From just 20 charter members in a small village, this church has grown alongside the city it calls home. As Roanoke emerged as a railroad hub and flourished, so too did First Baptist, driven by a people focused on God, devoted to discipleship, missions, and the community. From their first sanctuary in 1878 to today's impressive 300,000 square foot campus spread over 11 acres, First Baptist Church of Roanoke has faithfully expanded its reach, and they've held on to their heritage, including the original pulpit from their 1891 sanctuary, a powerful symbol of enduring faith. For 150 years, they've been a light in the valley, feeding the hungry, sending missionaries, broadcasting the gospel, and transforming lives. May God continue to bless First Baptist Church of Roanoke for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, on this Memorial Day, we do more than remember. We honor the men and women who gave everything for this nation. We remember the fallen, those still missing in action, those lost at sea, and the thousands who now rest beneath our flag, having paid the ultimate price for our freedom. These heroes answered the call to defend liberty, knowing it could cost them their lives. Because of them, we live in a country where freedom still rings and the American dream endures. Their sacrifice is not just a chapter in our history, it is the foundation of our republic. We are duty-bound to remember them, to honor them, and to ensure that their service is never forgotten. May God bless the memory of our fallen warriors, and may He continue to bless the United States of America and all who wear the uniform in its defense. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to oppose the Department of Homeland Security's termination of temporary protected status for Afghans. TPS has provided a lifeline to Afghans who supported U.S. national security efforts and risking their lives to support our missions. We offered them protection here because when allies stand with us, we have a responsibility to stand with them. And this principle is a national security imperative. It helps build trust, helps build more allies, and trust that gets undermined when we turn our back on those who protected us. Now, with the termination of TPS, we are sending our Army's allies back to the Taliban. These individuals and families are given just weeks to make an impossible choice: face deportation or return to Afghanistan under Taliban control, where they will likely be suffering or even die. And many of these families live in our community here in Virginia. And so, take the story of a former captain in the Afghan National Army. He worked with the U.S. military, and his brother was shot by the Taliban. His entire family now fears for their lives. And abandoning Afghans now not only turns our back on those who risk their lives to protect us, but puts our current and future global partnerships on the line. And we have an incredible Afghan-American community in Virginia, and we have to stand up for them and stand up for the Afghans who have come here and who served us there. So I urge the administration to reverse course. Mr. Speaker, from celebrating holidays to hosting community events, the Rajdhani Mandir Temple is a cornerstone of the Hindu community in our region. And this year we will mark an important milestone, the temple's 25-year anniversary. That's years of bringing people together at events, festivals like Holi, Diwali, Navratri, and for children's programming too, including regular Sunday classes. The temple also puts out programs for seniors and does incredible philanthropic work to provide food and resources to our community. And I'm honored to celebrate this milestone with the temple this weekend, actually. So congratulations to the Rajdhani Mandir Temple on a successful 25 years, and I'm looking forward to the next 25 years of work. Thank you so much. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate the students of Stonehill Middle School in Ashburn, Virginia, Avi, Neil, Vibhav, and Arav, and their teacher, Pardeep, for placing third in the National Space Sustainability Competition. This competition allows students to address the need for sustainable practices in space by developing an engineering solution, creating a business plan, and submitting a video pitch for consideration. Their project, the Orbital Ecosystem Engineers, was pitched as an aerospace technology company to manage and remove space debris, which is a big problem right now. Technology used includes satellites, drones, and AI to find the best route to locate debris and the focus of the power of the sun's rays to destroy the debris. I'm eager to see what our students continue to do with their company in the future and wish them the best of luck in tackling sustainability in space. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize National EMS Week. Since 1974, we have set time aside each year to honor the critical work of our nation's emergency medical services professionals. These brave men and women are often the first line of defense in moments of crisis, responding to emergencies with speed, skill, and selflessness. Whether it's an accident on a rural road or a medical emergency in a busy town center, EMS professionals are there to ensure that help arrives when it's needed most. These individuals provide more than just medical assistance. They offer calm in chaos, hope in despair, and life-saving care under pressure. They work long hours, often in physically and emotionally demanding environments, and yet continue to serve with unwavering dedication. The job requires technical skills, physical strength, and deep compassion, and a calling to serve others. EMS providers are vital to maintaining the health and safety of the public, especially in rural communities like my district, where resources can be limited and the stakes are high. As someone who spent more than 3 decades on the front lines as a volunteer firefighter and EMT, I've seen firsthand the extraordinary courage and commitment of EMS personnel. I've been privileged to work alongside them during some of the most challenging moments a person or a community can face. I can say with certainty that these professionals are heroes in every sense of the word. Here in Pennsylvania, we are especially proud to recognize one of our own, Chief Fred Ferguson of Moshannon Valley Emergency Medical Services, who was recently named the recipient of the 2025 Pennsylvania EMS Educator of the Year Award. This prestigious honor is awarded to an EMS educator who has demonstrated excellence in preparing the next generation of emergency responders. Chief Ferguson has more than 30 years of experience as a paramedic. He holds multiple instructor certifications, including basic life support, pediatric advanced life support, advanced cardiac life support, stop the bleed, and first aid. Throughout his career, he has trained thousands of students, instilling in them the knowledge, skill, and integrity that the profession demands. Chief Ferguson's impact extends beyond the classroom. He was recently appointed EMS Chief at Moshannon Valley EMS, where he continues to lead with distinction. In 2019, he was also honored with the Pennsylvania Office of Rural Health Community Star Award, recognizes his contributions to improving rural health care. He holds a Bachelor of Science in Microbiology from Penn State University and multiple degrees in emergency medicine, underscoring his deep commitment to both science and service. Mr. Speaker, National EMS Week is about more than recognition. It's about gratitude. It's about coming together as a nation to say thank you to the EMTs, paramedics, dispatchers, trainers, and supervisors who stand ready every day and every night and in every corner of this country. I want to congratulate Chief Ferguson and thank every EMS professional for your courage, care, and commitment to saving lives. America is stronger, safer, and more resilient because of you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Sykes, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to lift up the voice of Julie Robbins, a small business owner from Akron, Ohio, who is sounding the alarm on behalf of hard-working Americans across the country. Earthquaker Devices is a homegrown success story in downtown Akron, located in Ohio's 13th Congressional District. They manufacture guitar effect pedals that are sold across the world, and everything from design to assembly is done right here in the United States. Earthquaker Devices employs 34 workers, offers premium health insurance, paid sick leave, a 401k match, and competitive wages. And in 2019, they were recognized as the SBA Exporter of the Year. In 2022, after decades of success, they invested in a state-of-the-art automated production line. This is what American manufacturing should look like, and it's the kind of manufacturing that helped build the middle class in Ohio and across the heartland. So when we talk about supporting American businesses, Earthquakers is who we should be talking about, and that's why I'm talking about them today. But today, they are facing devastating consequences, and you may ask, Mr. Speaker, why? And it's because of reckless tariff policies. Earthquake Devices saw imports raw materials because there are no domestic suppliers for the specialized electronic components that they need. But they export even more than they import. That means they bring in more money to our economy. They create jobs right here at home and in my district. But the president's tariffs have increased their cost of goods by $500,000. And let me be more specific. The cost per pedal that currently costs 2 cents would increase to $12.80 by the end of the year, according to an article in Akron Beacon Journal. That is a 640% increase of costs. With no sight of relief, they're being forced to raise prices, cut staff, and halt domestic innovation, all because of a policy that was supposed to help American manufacturing. Julie wrote to me earlier this year, and she said, quote, "Our effective tax rate has skyrocketed with no explanation or benefit to us. Where is the relief for businesses? Does the government truly not understand the impact of their actions, or is it their goal to destroy us?" She goes on to say, "For the first time, I am considering offshoring our manufacturing. This had never been an option for me, but these changes imposed on American businesses make it extremely difficult to manufacture here." Think about that for a moment. The president's tariff policy, which he alleges is meant to drive domestic innovation and manufacturing, is causing a small but mighty business in Akron to consider offshoring their manufacturing. This doesn't help Ohio's 13th district, it doesn't help the state of Ohio, and it does not help the United States of America. Mr. Speaker, let's be very clear. Tariffs are a useful tool to level the playing field. And when properly implemented, they can create jobs and spur manufacturing. And trust me, as someone from Northeast Ohio, we have seen the consequences of bad trade deals and the impact of NAFTA. And we are also home to President William McKinley, who the president often quotes and references in his trade policy. But it is 2025, and it is not making America great again to push American manufacturing offshore. Ohio exports more to Canada than its next 6 largest foreign markets combined. And this country slapped tariffs on our allies, they retaliated, and it is our workers and our businesses and our communities who pay the price. And the foreign governments are not paying for these taxes, as the president has claimed. In 2023, Ohio exported over $58 billion of goods and services. And that's not just trade, it's opportunity, jobs, growth, and it's all being put at risk because of impulsive executive orders and a Congress who refuses to check and balance the administration. If our goal is to stop offshoring and revitalize American manufacturing, why are we punishing the companies that are driving innovation, the ones who are footing the bill? Earthquaker Devices isn't some multinational conglomerate dodging taxes and hiding profits offshore. They're a small business that turned passion for music and creativity into a business. They are our neighbors, and they care about our community, and they give back. We should make it easier for them, not harder. To lower costs, let's go after the price gouging billionaires and corporate monopolies, not small business owners keeping our communities alive. Mr. Speaker, I urge this body to listen to the voices of our constituents, just like Julie's. And Julie closed her letter to me with a plea, not just for her business, but for future generations and for the future of manufacturing in this country. Let us not fail them. Let us not fail Americans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they say all the world's a stage, but in Jacksonville, Florida, the best seat in the House comes with dinner and a standing ovation. Mr. Speaker, it's with great excitement that I rise today to recognize the Alhambra Dinner Theater in Jacksonville, Florida. You ready for this, Mr. Speaker? For being named the best dinner theater in America by USA Today Reader's Choice Awards. Since opening its doors in 1967, the Alhambra has brought Broadway to Florida's First Coast, hosting a wide variety of shows, musicals, comedies, and tribute acts. Under the visionary leadership of my good friend, managing partner Craig Smith, the Alhambra has evolved into a unique destination where art, entertainment, and culinary excellence converge to create an unparalleled experience. Mr. Speaker, the Alhambra isn't just a destination, it's a source of community pride, a beacon of cultural beacon, and a testament to the power of community and the arts. As we celebrate this incredible honor, we look forward to more captivating performances, more incredible meals, and more nights filled with the joy that only the Alhambra can provide. When Craig is there, and he is most nights, he personally welcomes each audience. Because when you step through the doors, Mr. Speaker, you're not just attending a show, you're stepping into a legacy, one that continues to shine brighter with each curtain call. Earning this recognition is no small feat, so to Craig and the entire Alhambra team, congratulations. Take a bow. Congratulations on this well-deserved honor, and here's to many more standing ovations. Mr. Speaker, we're all in a hurry. We rush through life, and sometimes we don't know the impact we have on others. One of my favorite books is by Mitch Albom. It's The 5 People You Meet in Heaven. And when you get to heaven, the book says when you get to heaven, you get to see other people's lives and the impact you had on their lives and how it unfolded. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, we know the people that have very much impacted our own lives. Such is the giant of a man, Sergeant Billy O'Leary, who was indeed a giant of a man of Northeast Florida. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the life of Sergeant Billy O'Leary of Fernandina Beach, Florida, a man who dedicated himself to service, leadership, and community few people can match. His passing, tragic, sudden, it hurts. It leaves an undeniable void, but his legacy, one built on honor and commitment, will live on in the hearts of those who he had an impact on. He will be missed by his sister, Robin, his children, Skylar, Caitlin, and Emery, 3 beautiful grandchildren, and scores of friends and co-workers. Billy, first and foremost, was a man of service. He answered the call to defend his country as a United States Marine, proudly serving 4 years with discipline and courage. Afterwards, he made a transition to law enforcement, serving with the Fernandina Beach Police Department and then continuing with a 25-year tenure with Nassau County Sheriff's Office. As a sergeant, he led with integrity, mentoring officers and strengthening public safety to ensure that his community remained safe. But his impact, Mr. Speaker, Billy's impact stretched far beyond the badge. He played football for Fernandina Beach Pirates and went on to play for Newberry College in Georgia. When he returned home, he constantly was a coach, Babe Ruth baseball, Pop Warner football, and he poured his heart into Pirate athletics. He was the voice of the Pirates. You went to every football game and you heard Billy O with the call. He was president of the quarterback club, which is the fundraising arm for the football team. Our kid was on the football team. And then, like so many others, our kid graduated. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, he was just a big deal. So many others are part of this quarterback club where their kids that already graduated years ago. Abby and I are part of a group that could not say no to Billy O because we keep working for the football team because nobody wants to tell this guy no. He would say, help us out. It's for the kids. So, Mr. Speaker, Billy was a Marine, a protector, a coach, a voice, a leader. He was just a friend. He was my friend. And it hurts. And I think, Mr. Speaker, Billy, why it hurts so much is because of the impact you made was so great. So, Billy, Godspeed. You will be missed, but not forgotten. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today for the 13th time to call for the Trump administration to restore funding for life-saving food aid for malnourished children across the world. Now, every 7 seconds, a child in this world dies of malnutrition, of starvation, needlessly and unnecessarily. But for decades, the United States has saved lives, particularly by providing funding for ready-to-use therapeutic food, also known as Plumpy Nut. This is a miracle treatment, a peanut-based paste that treats malnutrition, doesn't need to be refrigerated, can be shipped around the world, you don't need to add water, and it saves the lives of children. Adhesion Nutrition in North Kingstown, Rhode Island is one of the factories that produces Plumpy Nut, and from that factory alone, over the last decade, 25 million children have been saved from this treatment. But funding was cut off at the beginning of the Trump administration under the so-called DOGE initiative. And every day that this product sits in warehouses in Rhode Island is a day that children around the world are unnecessarily dying. Now, the good news is that Elon Musk, Marco Rubio, and others have said that this funding will be restored. In fact, just yesterday, at his Senate hearing, Secretary Rubio said again that essential humanitarian aid, including, he meant, food aid, will be continued. So do it already. It's good that the administration is saying that they intend to continue providing this aid around the world, but they need to do it. Because again, there are thousands of boxes of this ready-to-use food sitting in warehouses here in the United States that should be getting to the children who need it. And every day that the United States fails to provide this aid is a day that China and our other adversaries have an opportunity to step into the void and earn goodwill around the world. But as the Secretary pointed out yesterday, and Secretary Rubio said this, China's generosity is not free. China's generosity comes with a price. It comes with the price of subservience and dependency on the Chinese Communist Party. That is not what we want. We want the developing world to be allied with the United States for our own reasons, so that we can have access to critical minerals, so that we can have access to intelligence, so that we can beat back terrorist organizations that would otherwise threaten U.S. interests. We want the goodwill of the developing world, and we can maintain that goodwill by continuing our commitment to doing our part to end global hunger with U.S.-produced products sourced from U.S. farmers, manufactured in U.S. factories that help build U.S. goodwill around the world. That's what we want to continue. We do not want to give an opportunity to China or anybody else to fill the void that is being created right now. The Global Report on Food Crisis, published last Friday by the UN, confirms what we've been warning. The number of people facing famine has more than doubled in the last year. Malnutrition globally is on the rise. This is a global emergency, one that the United States has the greatest capacity to help solve. The burden should not and cannot fall entirely on us, but leadership comes with a responsibility, and we have the responsibility to continue to do our part. The moment is calling us. So once again, I will rise in this chamber every single day until the administration does what it says it's going to do and continues funding ready-to-use therapeutic food. We're not asking the administration to change their policy. We are asking them to just execute on their stated policy. Do what you said you were going to do. Continue the funding, resume the flow of aid, save the lives of malnourished children around the world, and strengthen America in the process. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, this past November, the country voted overwhelmingly to send Republican majorities to the U.S. House of Representatives and the U.S. Senate and put President Donald Trump back in the White House. That mandate made it clear that the American people were ready to get the country back on track. We wanted less government spending, more secure borders, and we wanted to see the 2017 tax cuts made permanent to prevent tax hikes on every American. The majority cannot take that mandate for granted, and this week we have the opportunity to give the country what they voted for. Our One Big Beautiful Bill is exactly what voters want. It delivers the largest tax cut for middle and working class families in decades. It cuts taxes on tips and overtime, allowing American workers to keep more of their hard-earned money. It increases the child tax credit, which helps offset some of the costs of raising a family. It extends and expands 199A business tax deduction, which will help incentivize investment across the country and spur economic growth. Our bill is the most pro-worker, pro-family legislation Congress has seen in a generation. The One Big Beautiful Bill will secure the border once and for all and make America safe again. The border was the #1 issue in the campaign trail, and President Trump and his administration have made historic efforts to remove bad actors here illegally and make our country safe again. Illegal border crossings have plummeted, but Congress needs to act to ensure the proven policies of President Trump are codified and continued for generations to come. Our bill makes historic investments in our border security by ensuring we can finish the border wall, stop the traffic of fentanyl, and give our Border Patrol agents the resources that they need. Our bill invests in the national security by ensuring our defense systems are prepared to handle 21st century threats. It invests in cutting-edge technology that our warfighters and our military needs for its readiness. This package invests in modernizing our nation's air traffic control systems and cuts wasteful spending in the Green New Deal pet projects that only benefit far-left activists, all while strengthening the safety net for those who are the most vulnerable Americans in our nation's agricultural community at the same time. It cuts wasteful, fraudulent, and abusive spending and gets able-bodied adults back on the ladder of opportunity while giving them a fair shot at the American dream. I am pleased with all we've been able to accomplish in this One Big Beautiful Bill, and now it's time to get it over the finish line. It's frustrating that some of my Democrat colleagues hate President Trump so much that they refuse to work with him even when it means securing a more prosperous future for America. Instead, they've chosen to lie again. They lie that they tell us that by making tax cuts permanent, Congress is taking money from working class and low-income families to give tax cuts to the rich. The facts show that this is the farthest thing from the truth. President Trump's own Treasury Department, President Biden's own Treasury Department reported that the average person would see a 2.2% tax cut if the Trump tax cuts were extended. According to the Tax Foundation, the bottom 50% of earners in the country saw their average federal tax rate fall by 15% when the Tax Cut and Jobs Act took effect. On the other hand, the top 1% of earners only saw a decrease of about 5% during that same period. Some of my colleagues across the aisle may want to force a tax hike on the vast majority of American families next January, but please, let's just be honest about it. Some of my Democrat colleagues have been clear that they are anti-Trump, but I'd like to ask, then what are they for? The truth is, they are here to fight for future tax hikes, foreign energy reliance, wasteful spending, government dependence, and a future of America last. On the other hand, Kansas from the Big First sent me here to fight for working families, tax cuts, energy dominance, the military, American agriculture, and the American dream. A future of America first. That's what I'm focused on doing along with President Trump, and that's what the One Big Beautiful Bill is all about. I'm looking forward to supporting our bill when it comes to the floor for a full vote and delivering on the mandate the country gave us on November 5th, 2024. We can't afford to miss out on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Mr. Speaker. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kahana, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss the fiscally irresponsible One Big Beautiful Bill that simply gives tax breaks for the richest Americans and takes away services for working and middle-class families. Here are the facts. We currently have about a $36 trillion debt, and we're spending right now $2 trillion more every year than we take in. The Republican budget would add $3.8 trillion to that deficit. It will do that over 10 years. And how are they going to get those $3.8 trillion of tax breaks? Well, let me just outline who those tax breaks are going to go to. $96 billion a year are going to go to people who make over $1 million a year. If you are a millionaire in America, you are going to get about $82,000 a year of tax breaks. And if you are making under $100,000, you get about $750 in tax breaks. So $82,000 of tax breaks to the millionaires, $750 to working and middle-class families. That's not a fair deal. Democrats believe that we need to raise taxes on people who are making over $1 million, not give them $82,000 a year of tax breaks. And by the way, the tax breaks for those millionaires and billionaires, they're permanent over 10 years. The tax breaks the Democrats support for working class families, like no tax on tips, they only want them 4 years. Democrats have been fighting to get the no tax on tips for 10 years. They say, no, for working families, we only want it 4 years. Tax breaks for the billionaires in my district in Silicon Valley, those we want 10 years. And then, what are they cutting? They're cutting $700 billion in Medicaid cuts. That's just a fact. Just go Google it. You'll see the cuts. They claim that that people aren't going to lose their health care, but the independent CBO says that up to 14 million Americans may lose their health care. Up to 1 million of American children, kids born in the United States, may lose their health care. It is the largest cut to Medicaid in the history of this country, all to finance $96 billion a year of tax breaks to the millionaires and billionaires. Those are the facts. Look, CBO did an analysis, and they said that the top 10% in America are going to benefit enormously from this bill. And if you're in the top 10%, if you make over $1 million, over $500,000, you should applaud. But the bottom 10%, the folks who are working hard, struggling to make ends meet, the truck drivers, people who work at Walmart, nurses, HVAC technicians, they are going to lose 4%. This bill benefits those who are already doing well and ignores those who are working hard and struggling the most. It is the exact opposite of what we should be doing. Even Donald Trump challenged the Congress to say, raise taxes a bit on the rich. I'm fine with it. But did the Republicans do that? No. They cut them further for the wealthy. You ask, what do Democrats believe? We believe that the tax breaks and the tax cuts should be going to the working and middle class in this country. We believe we should be taxing more the people who are making $1 million and $1 billion a year. And we believe we should not be cutting Medicaid, essential health care services that help families, that support hospitals, and that support the health of so many seniors in this country. This debate is about whose side are you on. Are you for those who have already benefited from the income divide, or are you for the working and middle class? I hope enough Republicans on the other side will say no to these cuts of working class benefits, will say no to the tax breaks for the millionaires and billionaires, and will say no to piling on more debt that will raise interest rates, hurting our economic growth, exploding our trade deficit because of our reliance on foreign firms and foreign investment, and crippling ordinary Americans' ability to get loans. It is bad economics. We need a new approach.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMaffa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Much regulations are being done so often in California due to CARB, California Air Resources Board, or even federally with previous iterations of the EPA. One of those features is the start-stop feature on newer automobiles, which when you stop your car, the engine shuts off. This is designed in theory to save gasoline or diesel or whatever your vehicle is powered by. But most drivers, the vast majority of drivers you talk to, you survey, they're really annoyed by this feature because they pull up to a stoplight, a stop sign, or just merely wish to stop somewhere for a moment, and their engine shuts off. Now, you can point to this button bypass that many of the cars have. Some don't, that you can bypass and shut off the feature that shuts off your car. But a lot of people will forget to turn that off. They get into their car, they pull up to the stoplight, darn thing shuts off. And they're really annoyed that their government treats them that way, that they can't decide on their own how to operate their vehicle. And so what you see is that the vehicles also have to build in extra technology and extra heavy-duty equipment in order to accommodate this. For example, when you stop and start your car all the time, you're going to wear out your battery more. So they have to have a battery with extra heavy-duty an extra heavy-duty build to it, as well as the starter itself, in order to accommodate many, many more frequent starts with using these systems. And then one of the things the mechanics will talk to you about is that when you shut an engine off, your oil pressure goes back down to zero, and each time you start your engine without the oil pressure, you gain a little extra wear on your bearings, on your crank bearings, your connecting rod bearings, and even in the cylinders, because the oil has settled back down between starts. So there's a lot of extra involved with the engine wear, engine component wear, and then reading up on how the factory has to accommodate this so that it lasts 100,000 miles and doesn't become a warranty problem. They have to build in extra heavy-duty wiring harnesses so that the extra load from the starter, from the battery, all that can be accommodated over a longer period of time, so the car will last longer. So when you have these systems in place, this adds to the cost of a new car by having to make heavier batteries, heavier starters, and heavier wiring harnesses on that, all for the concept that you might be saving a little bit of gasoline. Well, it's interesting, when you ride around here in DC, for example, you got to take an Uber downtown to go to some meetup or what have you, and by the time you get through all the blankety-blank stoplights in this town, and they're all on timers instead of even on sensors like some of them are at home, that you're riding with somebody, you hear the car shut off, and then it starts up again 2 seconds later if the light happens to change. And for me, who's mechanically inclined, it kind of drives me crazy to listen to that because it's such abuse on the car and the engine system on that. All because somebody dreamed up the idea, hey, if we shut off the engine at stoplights all the time, it might save a little bit of gas. Well, on some engines, it actually takes a little bit of gas extra to restart it versus just letting it run a few extra seconds. And so what is seen is that statistically it's shown that maybe over the lifetime of car, you saved a few gallons of fuel, but in that process, you've had to buy more batteries, replace starters more often, and build a lot heavier components, which are more costly, require more resources as well. So I'm really pleased that at the EPA, Administrator Lee Zeldin has called for changes to this feature since it may be perceived as a mandate. I know the auto dealers are afraid to shut it off if you take it in and say, hey, would you just disable this thing for me? They say, well, you know, it's a emissions thing. Or if you don't like the gong going off on your seatbelt all the time, they can't shut that off because, oh, it's a safety thing. So you don't really have the choice of how you're going to operate your vehicle. And for those of us that, drive around in a rural area or on our own, if you're a farmer on your fields and such, you have to either listen to the gonging of the seatbelt all the time or have this shut off every time you need to stop and irrigate in your field, for example. So, or you remember to shut off with the silly button. But I understand there's bypass systems that you can get for that if you want to, bootleg it a little bit. I understand that if you open the hood on certain vehicles, it disables that. So they have like a little hood bypass mechanism you can get to bypass that. Or maybe you just don't need to put this stuff on to begin with and let people decide for themselves. Do I want to shut my car off at the stoplight every time? So what do you get? When you stop at the light, you get a hesitancy to go again. So, you can read anecdotes how people are getting ready to pull out into traffic, but the car stopped on them, so they lose their opportunity. They lose their moment to pull out, and they got to wait longer. So these silly mandates that come along, people generally don't like them, such as the auto start stop feature on automobiles. And so I'm pleased and will continue to work with Administrator Lee Zeldin on things like that to give people more car choice on what they want. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Lord, you have been our dwelling place throughout all generations. Before the mountains were born or the world was brought forth, from everlasting to everlasting, you are God. In light of your eternity, we apprehend all too quickly our finitude. We realize how quickly our days pass, even more so when one of our own friends or loved ones comes rapidly to the end of the life you have given them. Such is this day for us, as we grieve our friend and colleague, Representative Jerry Connolly. For his was a life that kept on giving. With his unquenchable passion, his unfading whimsical spirit, Jerry Connolly exuded a sense of perpetual persistence to get things done. Thank you for his unwavering testimony of justice and mercy, equity and compassion. May his legacy of geniality and gentle jibing spark in us the desire to pay forward his lust for life and his love for your people. While we may miss the green ties, the Boston brogue, his blarney and his bluster, we know that his family and friends will want for that much more. Give them comfort in their sorrow and solace in your steadfast and abiding love in their grief. Then teach us all to number our days. But even as the grass withers and the flower fades, may we find strength knowing that the word of the Lord endures forever. In your eternal name we offer our prayers this day. Amen.
Amen. The House will be in order. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan.
Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under Clause 5D of Rule 20, the chair announces to the House that in light of the passing of the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Connolly, the whole number of the House is 432. The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from West Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask permission to speak today.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Dorothy Draper and Company for 100 years of business. Founded in 1925, it is the oldest continually operating interior design firm in America. Its founder and namesake, Dorothy Draper, was a trailblazer. Her vision, love of color, chintz, and the tendency towards the dramatic solidified her iconic style dubbed the Draper Touch. Her protege, Carlton Varney, championed her work throughout his career, and the company flourished under his leadership. His creative genius led the firm for 60 years. Mr. Varney decorated the West Virginia Governor's Mansion in the 1980s, further solidifying the Draper touch into our state's history. The Dorothy Draper Company's work is especially important to my home state of West Virginia, where their most famous design is showcased at the Greenbrier Resort, affectionately called America's Resort. Located in White Sulphur Springs, the Greenbrier is a unique and bold getaway nestled in the hills. The Greenbrier has hosted presidents, royalty, celebrities, and countless West Virginians in America since 1778. I'm delighted that we were able to be with us today, and I recognize Sebastian Varney and designer director Rudy Saunders. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise with profound admiration for Andrew Kasoy and your life well lived. Very few people on this earth can know that they have truly changed the planet, but Andrew, you know that you have. You have forever established that business is a force for good, that our global economy can be about all of us. You have also lived those values locally, teaching us and our next generations that your voice and your vote matter, that we matter. To that end, you have knocked thousands of doors and had thousands of conversations with so many across this country in an effort to hear all of us and to unite all of us. And you have done all of this with humor and a sparkling intellect. Andrew, we will miss you deeply, but you will never be far. So for whenever we hear that doorbell knock or a knock on our door, we will know that you are with us. Godspeed, Andrew.
For all purposes, gentlemen from Pennsylvania seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of Red Cross Founding Day. Today we recognize an institution that has been a pillar of compassion and service for over 140 years. Founded by Clara Barton in 1881, the American Red Cross has answered the call to serve on battlefields, after natural disasters, and in our local communities. From its earliest days, it has brought comfort and relief to those facing life's most difficult moments. Today, the Red Cross continues that legacy by delivering disaster relief, supporting military families, offering health and safety training, and running one of the world's largest blood donation networks, supplying more than 40% of our nation's blood products. Every 2 seconds, someone in the U.S. needs blood, yet only a small percentage of eligible donors give. That's why on this Founding Day, I encourage every eligible American to consider donating blood or plasma. Your generosity could mean a second chance at life for someone. Mr. Speaker, we honor the Red Cross's enduring mission today and every day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. For what purposes, gentlewoman from California seek recognition. Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
As Chair Emerita of the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus, I rise to honor Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, a celebration of the rich history, immense contributions, and vibrant cultures of our community. I am proud to represent California's 28th District and the San Gabriel Valley, home to the 4th largest AA-NHPI population in the country. AA-NHPIs are the fastest growing racial or ethnic group nationwide, with 23.5 million people and over 70 different ethnicities and hundreds of languages. We are also one of the most diverse groups in the nation. America's always been made stronger by the contributions of our communities, whose histories and cultures are deeply woven into the fabric of our nation. So this month and every month, we must highlight how AA-NHPI history truly is American history. I wish everyone a happy AA-NHPI Heritage Month, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our sympathy to the people of Virginia on the passing of Congressman Jerry Connally. 237 years ago, on May 23rd, South Carolina became the 8th state to enter the Union. With the first permanent English settlement at Charleston in 1670, the Palmetto State has grown into a prosperous, wonderful home of 5.5 million people and 188,000 businesses. During his 2025 State of the Union address in January, Governor Henry McMaster recognized the success of South Carolina, achieving a historic year with $8 billion in capital investments and 5,500 created new jobs. A leader in manufacturing, South Carolina is #1 in America for export of vehicles and #1 in the manufacture and export of tires, along with Boeing Dreamliners, which President Trump promoted last week in Qatar. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Trump is reinstituting existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies, insulting Trump as Putin responds to ceasefire with 400 armed drones last weekend, murdering Ukrainian civilians, the largest drone attack on a city in world history. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in opposition to a provision
tucked away in the Republicans' budget proposal that will open up the Boundary Waters Canoe Area wilderness to toxic sulfide ore copper mining. My husband and I take our kids camping and paddling in the Boundary Waters every year, and we're not alone. The Boundary Waters is the most visited wilderness area in the country. There's literally no other place like it on Earth. And it's a major driver of the nearly $13.5 billion outdoor recreation economy in Minnesota. But all that is at risk if sulfide ore copper mining is allowed in the watershed of the Boundary Waters. It's known as the most toxic industry in America, and it has never been done in Minnesota before. But the Republican majority is prioritizing the interests of an international Chilean mining conglomerate that has no interest or stake in the economy or well-being of Minnesotans. They will extract our resources, pollute our air, land, and water, and permanently damage our pristine boundary waters and leave Minnesotans to foot the bill for the cleanup. We should protect Minnesota's crown jewel, not destroy it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, every day I hear about this big story about how we're making big tax cuts for the rich. Let's be abundantly clear once again today that the current tax rate on the wealthiest Americans is 37%, and under the new law we'll be passing soon enough, will stay at 37%. The people who will get the true tax cuts in this bill are people who have earned Social Security, people who have earned tips and have earned overtime pay. That is the clear message we need to make clear. That is 37% now, and it will be in the future. We are not, quote, cutting taxes for the rich. We are looking out for the folks that make America work every day, who have been hardest hit in the last 4 years by high inflation and failed government policies. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This afternoon, the House may be voting on America's worst budget ever. It includes cuts to SNAP and Medicaid funding that will hurt those who can least afford it and provide tax breaks for those who don't need them. Also among these tax changes are rollbacks to critical clean energy taxes and credits that were part of the Inflation Reduction Act. These include phasing out clean energy production and investment tax credits, ending long-standing home energy efficiency tax credits. If these aren't bad enough, they also have added provisions to require the accelerated sale of public lands for oil and gas drilling and to rescind funding from the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund that protects Americans from pollution and lowers the cost of energy bills. Climate change is real, and it's happening now. We must act. These were common sense initiatives to move us away from complete reliance on fossil fuels and move toward a clean energy future. Try to spin it any way you want. Americans will suffer. Our world will continue to burn. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield my time.
North Carolina seek recognition.
1 minute. Ask for revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman, without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to call attention to a deeply troubling breach of trust by one of our closest trading partners. What happened to the Vulcan Materials Company is nothing short of a hostile act by the Mexican government. This American company has operated legally in Mexico for decades, supporting critical construction projects across the southeast. Yet in 2022, the Mexican military invaded their site, shut it down, and seized control of their operations, including a strategic deepwater port only a few hundred miles from Florida. Why? Because Vulcan refused to turn over their land to President Lopez Obrador for his own benefit. This is an unlawful expropriation of American property by a foreign government, and it is a clear assault on our American economic interest and a threat to our national security. Congress must stand united to this kind of aggression. I'm committed to working with my colleagues and President Trump to ensure there are real consequences for this. We cannot allow a trading partner to seize American assets with impunity. Mexico must reverse course now. With that, I yield.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a good friend and a great political and community leader in my community in the Bay Area in San Francisco, California. Supervisor Federal Glover passed away on Sunday after a distinguished life of service to his community and this country. Born in Pittsburgh, California, Federal served as a city council member and a mayor of the city of Pittsburgh before becoming the first African American to serve on the Contra Costa County Board of Supervisors in the East Bay. I was lucky to serve alongside Federal on the county board for 6 of his 20 years. He supported efforts to expand job opportunities, create the Board of Supervisors Public Protection Committee, and he was an instrumental leader on regional transportation in a transformative period of time in Northern California and the Bay Area. Federal was a good man, a good friend, and I will miss him very, very much. Good luck, Federal, and I will see you again in the future. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to 20 U.S.C. 4412 and the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025 of the following members on the part of the House to the Board of Trustees of the Institute of American Indian and Alaska Native Culture and Arts Development.
Fernandez of New Mexico.
The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to 20 U.S.C. 4303 and the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025 of the following members on the part of the House to the Board of Trustees of Gallaudet University.
Mr. Owens of Utah and Ms. McCollum of Minnesota.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 426, I call up Senate Joint Resolution 31 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 31, Joint Resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to review of final rule reclassification of major sources as area sources under Section 112 of the Clean Air Act.
Pursuant to House Resolution 426, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and to insert extraneous material in the record on S.J. Res. 31.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of S.J. Res. 31, a resolution that pushes back on yet another outrageous overreach by the Biden-Harris EPA, which spent the last 4 years tying the hands of America's energy producers and undermining our position as a global energy leader. And this is the latest example. This joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to review of final rule reclassification of major sources as area sources under Section 112 of the Clean Air Act. This common sense resolution, led by my good friend Senator Curtis of Utah, and carried in the House by my good friend, Representative Fedorchak, along with support from Representatives Baldrus and Allen, pushes back on a deeply flawed EPA rule that is yet another blow to American energy producers, manufacturers, as well as small businesses. What does this rule do? Well, it shackles businesses with burdensome red tape under what's called the, quote, once in, always in, quote, policy. That means once a facility is deemed a major source of emissions, even if it invests heavily in modern equipment and successfully lowers its emissions, it's still locked into that stricter classification forever, period. No credit for their cleaning up their act, no incentive to improve, just more bureaucracy, Mr. Speaker. Let's be clear. This rule is anti-innovation, anti-investment, and anti-American. Mr. Speaker, repealing this misguided rule would do what we should have done all along: encourage facilities to reduce emissions by giving them a path to reclassify as area sources once they meet that threshold. That's not only good for industry, it's good for our environment. It is a true win-win, Mr. Speaker. Now, here's some background. Under Section 112 of the Clean Air Act, facilities that emit over 10 tons of a single hazardous pollutant or 25 tons of a combination are considered major sources and hit with the strictest regulations and non-stop monitoring. Those below that threshold, they're area sources with more reasonable requirements. But, once again, the old once in, always in, Mr. Speaker rule, cooked up during the Clinton administration, locked companies into major source status forever, even if they have dramatically reduced their emissions. That's just plain wrong. Thankfully, in 2020, the Trump administration corrected this nonsense. They rightly said that the Clean Air Act doesn't prohibit facilities from reclassifying if and when they reduce emissions below the legal threshold. And you know what? That rule actually worked. It encourages improvements. Businesses responded. Under the Biden-Harris rule, companies have absolutely no incentive to decrease their emissions. We should encourage industries, Mr. Speaker, to lower their emissions and allow them the possibility of reclassifying as an area source if they can successfully reduce their emissions. U.S. emissions have already decreased over the past 2 decades, even as our energy production has hit record highs. That's not government regulation. That's American innovation. American industry relied on the Trump rule to make progress in reducing emissions. And yet, under this new EPA rule, companies that did the right thing under the Trump era guidance, those that cut emissions are actually being punished. That's not environmentalism. That's government overreach, plain and simple. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. This resolution does not strip the EPA of its authority to regulate air pollutants. It doesn't. It simply returns us to the common sense, pro-growth, pro-clean air policy of the Trump administration. If a business steps up and reduces its emissions, it ought to be rewarded, not handcuffed. So, I urge my colleagues, stand with the American worker. Stand with American innovation. Vote yes on SJ Res 31. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as it may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to SJ Res 31. On the day that House Republicans are planning to actively strip health care away from 13.7 million Americans, they're also seeking to make Americans sicker by giving some the worst industrial polluters a free pass to pump dangerous chemicals into communities across the nation. With this resolution, Republicans are repealing critical Clean Air Act safeguards that have been in place for decades. The rule Republicans are trying to repeal today is first and foremost a public health protection measure. It requires facilities that emit the worst of the worst hazardous air pollutants to monitor, report, and cut those emissions to the maximum degree of reduction achievable, even eliminating them entirely if possible. The rule also prevents any backsliding by major sources of the 7 most dangerous hazardous air pollutants, including mercury and PCBs. But by repealing this rule, Republicans are going to allow large facilities to increase their toxic emissions up to just below the legal limit, endangering the health of American communities. Now, the cruelty of the Republican majority cannot be overstated. I want to be clear. The dangerous air pollution this rule protects us from can cause cancer, birth defects, developmental disorders, and neurological problems, even at small levels of exposure. Unfortunately, Republicans want to make it easier for large industrial polluters to increase their emissions of these chemicals regardless of the harms. They want to make Americans sicker at the same time they're looking to strip away their health coverage. Now, allowing nearly 2,000 large industrial facilities to escape from their Clean Air Act compliance obligations, as this resolution allows, will not magically push them to invest in new technologies to clean up. There is zero evidence that giving facilities a free pass leads to less pollution. In fact, the opposite is certainly true. So passing this resolution would be a race to the bottom, giving these facilities the green light to permanently abandon their long-installed pollution control equipment that are currently saving lives. This Republican resolution will allow these facilities to spew hazardous air pollution into the air with reckless abandon and increase cancer-causing pollution without consequence. It would also allow these facilities to stop monitoring and reporting to the EPA, which would end any chance of accountability for surrounding communities. And the Trump EPA has been clear that enforcement of environmental laws is not a priority, so American families would be at the mercy of large corporate polluters. This resolution proves once again that Republicans are completely out of touch. Americans are struggling to make ends meet and facing the reality that Republicans may soon strip them and their families of health care. But their focus is on repealing common sense protections that make the air safer to breathe. In the 1990 Clean Air Act amendments, Congress recognized the clear and present danger caused by hazardous air pollution coming from large industrial sources across the country. It is because of requirements put in place to address that danger that we have seen such a sharp emissions reduction in cleaner air over the past half-century. To turn back now because of the CRI vote would be catastrophic, especially for anyone who lives near an industrial facility. And it's not enough to gut the health care of millions of Americans. Republicans first want to make sure the air we all breathe will do us harm. SJ 31 is cynical, dangerous, and deeply irresponsible. Congress should be trying to protect Americans, not trying to make them sick. So, Mr. Speaker, for the health and safety of all Americans and for the sake of clean air, I urge all my colleagues to vote no on this resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time. Mr.
Gentleman
Speaker.
from New Jersey reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as you may consume to Mr. Allen.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, my dear friend from Texas, for yielding the time. I rise in strong support of H.J. Res. 31 to overturn the Biden administration's once in, always in rule. This is an egregious and burdensome rule, and it was just one of many actions taken by the previous administration on their way out the door to further hamstring our domestic energy producers by permanently classifying certain industrial facilities as major sources of hazardous air pollutants. Even if they successfully reduce emissions, the Biden administration was seemingly punishing job creators for being good stewards of the environment. As an original co-sponsor of H.J. Res. 31, I am proud the House Republicans are taking a stand and defending our energy producers, manufacturers, and small businesses against unfair and costly environmental rules. In overturning the once-in, always-in rule, we are returning to common sense policy implemented during President Trump's first administration. If businesses reduce their emissions below the major source threshold, they should reap the reward of more cost-effective and flexible requirements under the Clean Air Act, period. Repealing this backward rule is part of House Republicans' work to unleash American energy and ensure that government red tape does not stand in the way of creating jobs and growing our economy here at home. I encourage all my colleagues to join us in supporting H.J. Res. 31, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I yield now 4 minutes to the ranking member of our environmental subcommittee, Mr. Tonko of New York.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to this resolution. S.J. Res. 31 is irresponsible, especially as we wait to see whether Republicans will bring forward their budget bill to strip health care from millions of Americans to give tax breaks to billionaires. But this resolution would allow 1,800 facilities that emit the worst of the worst cancer-causing toxic air pollutants to avoid the Clean Air Act requirements that protect the air that we breathe. It would eliminate a 2024 EPA rule that ensures large industrial facilities like chemical plants and oil refineries control their hazardous air pollution. Hazardous air pollutants are known or suspected to cause cancer, birth defects, developmental disorders, and neurological problems, even at extremely low levels of exposure. It has been suggested that the 2024 rule eliminates the incentive for facilities to deploy new technologies to reduce pollution. but we have some real-world data on this, and there is zero evidence that polluters will go above and beyond what is legally required of them by installing new technologies once they have avoided the major source requirements of the Clean Air Act. The first Trump administration initially undid the once-in, always-in policy in 2020, and over 200 facilities were able to escape those given requirements. As far as I know, none of these sites have taken additional steps to install new pollution controls. On the other hand, many of these facilities have been free to run their existing, previously installed pollution controls less. When they were categorized as a major source, they needed to take steps to drastically reduce their emissions as much as possible based on demonstrated, cost-effective technologies. And in many cases, that resulted in emission levels dropping far below the major source thresholds. But the Clean Air Act's intent was never to bring pollution level right below some arbitrary major source threshold. It is about reducing emissions and potentially even eliminating emissions as much as it is cost-effectively possible. Rescinding this rule would give another 1,800 facilities the green light to shut off their long-installed pollution control equipment, spew hazardous air pollution right up to the major source trigger, and increase cancer-causing pollution without consequence. So the Clean Air Act is an incredible public health success story, and we are at risk of writing a new, dark chapter in this law's history. There have been 5 decades of strong bipartisan support in Congress for the law, which has allowed us to make steady progress to reduce air pollution in our country. Yes, in many places we are breathing cleaner air today than we were in the 1970s or in the 1990s. But that improvement is not guaranteed to be maintained if we start to chip away and backslide. This resolution puts our previous progress in serious jeopardy, and the people who live along the fence lines of these 1,800 industrialized facilities are at risk of facing the worst consequences. These communities tend to be low income. I would venture that many rely on Medicaid. The 1-2 punch of this resolution with the budget bill to strip health care from nearly 14 million people is wrong. It will leave people with unhealthier air, fewer protections, and less access to health care to deal with the consequences, cancer, birth defects, and developmental disorders of allowing these facilities to pollute more. With that, I urge members to oppose this resolution, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Representative Balderson.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Weber. I rise today in strong support of SJ Resolution 31. This resolution will disapprove of the Biden heirs EPA's once and always in rule, which was finalized in the final months of the previous administration. Simply put, the once and always in policy hurts Americans' manufacturing and energy sectors while doing nothing to actually improve air pollution. That's why in 2020, the Trump administration first reversed this policy, which encouraged businesses to lower their emissions and reduce pollution. My home state of Ohio ranks 3rd in the nation with almost 700,000 manufacturing jobs. The manufacturing sector is responsible for over 17% of Ohio's gross domestic product and has an annual payroll of $48 billion in the Buckeye State alone. It's critical we support this resolution today and send it to the President's desk to deliver on our promise to unleash American manufacturing and energy. I'm proud to have introduced the House companion to this CRA with my good friend, the gentlelady from North Dakota, and I strongly urge my colleagues to support this compromise resolution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield now 4 minutes to the ranking member of our Energy Subcommittee, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castor.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank Ranking Member Pallone for yielding the time. Mr. Speaker, this is a dirty, pro-polluter resolution, so I rise in strong opposition to SJ Res 31. It's going to increase hazardous air pollution across America. It's going to expose more Americans to cancer-causing toxins. But what's worse is that it comes at a time when Republicans are ripping health care away from at least 13.7 million Americans in their billionaire boondoggle bill. And in fact, if you talk to folks back home and you hold town halls, what they're talking about is the cost of living. And it's amazing that this is the priority of the GOP at a time when people are really being squeezed back home, and Republicans have not brought one bill to the floor to lower the cost of living and tackle the everyday challenges of our neighbors back home. Instead, they're consumed by this tax giveaway for billionaires, and then this is the priority, to gut the Clean Air Act, to give polluting industrial plants the right to pollute more, pollute our air with toxins that cause cancer, neurological damage, and death. And as a result, this Republican bill, we'll see about 1,800 industrial facilities able to increase their pollution output. Back home in Florida, we anticipate that will apply to 72 more polluting facilities. They'll be allowed to escape regulation and emit cancer-causing air pollution. These are the major sources of hazardous air pollution. The large industrial facilities like chemical plants and refineries and pesticide manufacturers. And it's especially troubling because and this hasn't gotten a lot of play, I think you would agree, Mr. Pallone, in that billionaire boondoggle bill, the big tax giveaway package that is ruminating here in the Rules Committee right now, American people, you need to know what else was included in that bill. The Energy and Commerce Republicans included a pay-to-play scheme to sell out the most vulnerable communities to the highest bidder. This in addition to gutting Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. But what they put in relating to their pay-to-play scheme would allow big oil polluters to pay a one-time $1 million fee to the Department of Energy to grease the skids to get polluting gas plants online faster. Now, yes, we need more energy, but this comes at a time when you are, in doing so, going to raise electric bills across the country because you say it's only oil and gas, forget about solar, wind, storage, all of the energy that's ready to come onto the grid. It's another example that they're sacrificing the people's interests for the special interest. The special interest here are the chemical plants, the refineries, the pesticide manufacturers. This is especially troubling too because for decades Congress has recognized the clear health dangers of hazardous air pollutants from these large-scale industrial polluting plants. We know they cause cancer, we know they cause birth defects, developmental disorders, and neurological problems, even at low levels of exposure. So while Americans struggle with a high cost of living and they watch this billionaire boondoggle bill tried to get through the House, just know what else is going on at the same time. They're gutting the Clean Air Act, the bipartisan piece of legislation that has stood us well for years and years and years. No Congress has ever stripped away protections against toxic air pollution, and we shouldn't start now. I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the gentlelady from North Dakota as much time as she may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of my resolution to repeal the Biden administration's 11th hour reinstatement of the once in, always in rule, and to counter some of the misinformation being shared on this rule by my colleagues on the other side. I'm a mom of 3. When my kids were growing up, they woke up every Saturday morning to a job list, and they couldn't get their allowance until they completed the jobs on the list. They were motivated to get their jobs done by that allowance, and I would have had very little luck incentivizing them to do their jobs if they never received their promised reward. This is the law of human nature. People respond to incentives and rewards, which underscores the main problem with the once in, always in rule. There's no incentive to invest. This misguided regulation permanently classifies certain industrial facilities as major sources of hazardous air pollutants, even after they've made significant investments to reduce the emissions below the federal threshold. Think about that for a minute. You invest millions of dollars to modernize your operations, improve efficiency, and reduce emissions, only for the federal government to permanently classify your business as a major source, stuck with the same costly regulations. That's not smart policy. That's counterproductive. By refusing to let businesses reclassify after making progress, after meeting the standards, this rule removes any real incentive to invest in cleaner technologies. Our energy producers in North Dakota have invested $2 billion in emissions control technology. They've done this because they care about our communities and our environment. In fact, North Dakota exports thousands of megawatts of electricity every year. We're the third largest oil and gas producing state in the nation, and we are one of only 4 states in the nation that has never violated federal air quality standards. That's not an accident. That is the result of smart investments, cutting-edge technology, and a commitment to responsible energy production. North Dakota is proof that you can grow the economy, you can power the country, and you can protect the environment at the same time. But this bureaucratic rule ignores these successful efforts. It removes the incentive to innovate and locks facilities into restrictive regulations even when they're trying to reduce emissions and operate more efficiently. And it's not just a problem for North Dakota. This rule affects manufacturers, energy producers, and small businesses all over the country. This approach raises costs, discourages innovation, and forces companies to think twice before making long-term investments in cleaner technologies. This is not how you build a stronger economy or a cleaner future, and is not how you make things more affordable to Americans. Our nation's energy future should be driven by innovation. American technological innovation has allowed us to reduce emissions more than any other nation since 2005, all while achieving record energy production. We need a regulatory framework that incentivizes innovation and rewards it when it happens. That means eliminating one-size-fits-all regulations like the once-in, always-in rule. Supporting this resolution means supporting American energy jobs, lower prices, and fostering a regulatory environment where businesses can thrive while safeguarding the environment. As I close, I want to underscore that this resolution is not about allowing facilities to maintain high pollutant standards. It's about incentivizing them to reduce emissions and rewarding them when they do. That's how we both expand energy production and protect our environment. Thank you to Senator John Curtis of Utah for his leadership on this resolution in the Senate, and I urge my colleagues in the House to support this resolution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
I thank the gentlelady, Mr. Speaker, and I want to highlight one line she said. American technology and innovation has allowed us to reduce emissions more than any other country since 2005. That's important, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield 2 minutes now to a member of our committee, the gentlewoman from Washington State, Dr. Schreier.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise just flabbergasted and outraged by the latest attempts to undermine protections that keep our air clean, safe, and healthy. I mean, do we really disagree about that? Today's bill would allow an unnecessary, dangerous increase in some of the worst toxic chemicals back into the air that we and our children breathe, even when these facilities have abided by these standards for decades and proven that they have the technologies to do so. Let me repeat that. They have the technologies, they have the equipment already. As a pediatrician, I know just how damaging these toxins can be. I mean, mercury and lead can lead to severe developmental delays, birth defects, and brain damage for children. Dioxins are known human carcinogens. The list goes on. And as a member of Congress who strives always to find pragmatic bipartisan solutions for us and for our children, I just simply fail to understand why my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are choosing to relax these standards for clean air, all while stripping health care away from more than 13 million Americans. I mean, they are jeopardizing our health and taking away our health care. I urge my colleagues to strongly oppose this bill. It is a corporate giveaway that hurts our constituents once again, and I yield back.
He yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I appreciate that, Mr. Speaker. It's amazing to me, quite frankly. You know, I served 4 years in the Texas legislature, and we were busy with catalytic scrubbers on all of the industry that we had, making sure that Texans had clean energy. We care about the environment. We care about people's health. We care about the future. We care about the economy. So it's a little bit curious to me to hear our friends across the aisle say that we don't care about any of that stuff. And we in Texas, we have a saying, Mr. Speaker, it just ain't so. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield 4 minutes now to the ranking member of our Communications and Technology Subcommittee, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Matsui.
Gentlelady is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the ranking member for yielding me time. I rise today to speak in opposition to S.J. Res. 31. Once again, Republicans are gutting our most fundamental pollution regulations. This bill overturns air quality regulations for the most polluting industrial facilities in the country, giving a green light for polluters to pump more cancer-causing pollutants into the air we breathe. Without these safeguards, nearly 2,000 of the nation's largest polluters would get a free pass. Oil refineries, chemical manufacturers, pesticide producers. They would all be allowed to shut off their pollution controls and start spewing some of the most dangerous chemicals directly into our air: lead, mercury, arsenic, benzene. When inhaled, these pollutants are known to have significant health impacts, including cancer, birth defects, infertility, organ failure, and developmental disorders in children. The science is clear. Pollution kills. Study after study has shown that air pollution is linked to higher rates of hospitalizations and death. And every year, air pollution kills over 100,000 Americans, and nearly half of Americans now live in areas with harmful levels of pollution, up 20% from just last year. This is a health crisis in the making. Republicans aren't cutting red tape. They're sentencing thousands of Americans to die in communities across our country. And this isn't a partisan issue. This affects everybody, red states and blue states, Republican and Democrat. Every American deserves clean air. And yet my Republican colleagues would rather prioritize their donors in the oil and chemical business instead of protecting the health of their own constituents. And let's not forget, while Republicans are attacking America's access to clean air, they're also ramming through their big, ugly reconciliation bill, which slashes funding for pollution reduction and prevention programs, ends clean energy and climate programs, and strips away health care from almost 14 million Americans. Republicans' agenda will make Americans sicker and poorer, sending more Americans to the hospital, and ensuring fewer Americans can afford the health care they need. I urge my colleagues to vote for clean air and vote no on S.J. Res. 31, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as the distinguished chairman of the E&C committee may consume.
The distinguished gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you. I appreciate, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the recognition. Appreciate my friend from Texas for yielding. And the legislation before us today addresses a key issue created in the Biden-Harris administration that harms American businesses and actually disincentivize investment to reduce pollution. This was originally created during the Clinton administration. It was the once in, always in rule that penalized job creators and energy producers who took steps to invest in new technologies that lower pollution. So if your emission is such a level, you become a major source. And once under this rule that we're overturning today, you're always a major source no matter what you do with your businesses. If you lower emissions, if you lower standards, you put in new equipment, you do operating hours differently, you do whatever you can to lower your emissions you can't go back to being an area source and regulated with the level of emissions. Once you cross the threshold, no matter what you do, you stay listed as a major source pollutant. So we believe it disincentivizes companies from trying to lower their standard, and that's what we want to do. So it's a disincentive. It's counterintuitive for what is trying to be done with the rule, but we want lowered emissions, and we want to incentivize businesses to get there. In the last Congress, I was proud to lead the legislation to overturn this burdensome regulation, which is a one-way ratchet that creates a disincentive for business to take steps to reduce their emissions. By passing this resolution of disapproval under the Congressional Review Act, we are working to unleash American energy and ensuring that every dollar that is invested in our economy is focused on jobs, growth, innovation, and not siphoned off for unworkable compliance created by government red tape. I thank Congresswoman Fedorchak for leading this resolution. I appreciate my friend from Texas for yielding. I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to talk about the 7 hazardous air pollutants that Republicans are apparently fine with pumping into the air we breathe. First is mercury. Mercury is quickly absorbed in the body through inhalation and skin contact, moves quickly across the placenta and into human fetus, and can also cross the blood-brain barrier and remain in brain cells for decades. And this is why it's linked to developmental deficits in children. It can impact the heart, lung, central nervous system, reproduction, kidneys, and GI tract. It's also linked to cancer and autoimmune diseases. And then the Republicans want children to breathe more of this toxin. Next is alkylated lead. Alkylated lead is a combination of toxic lead and hydrocarbons from fossil fuels. It affects nearly every organ in the human body and reduces cognitive function in children. It's a known carcinogen, and as far as we know, there's no safe level of lead. Then we have dioxins, furans, polycyclic organic matter, hexachlorobenzene, and PCBs. Also, all of these would be increased because of this because of this CRA. All known carcinogens. All are bioaccumulative, persistent, and toxic, even in amounts in fractions of a gram. So it's really a shame to frame this rule simply as the so-called regulatory burden or a simple cost of doing business, because EPA's rule is a public health rule, and we need to uphold it to protect the health and safety of our constituents, both adults and children. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I have no additional speakers, so I'm prepared to close.
Mr. Speaker, if he's prepared to close, so am I.
From New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, big polluters are the only people who benefit from the rescission of this rule, not the American people. If this rule is blocked, industrial facilities would once again be allowed to escape the regulation of the Clean Air Act that are meant to curb the release of harmful and cancer-causing pollutants. Once they've escaped, most of these facilities would not be required to conduct monitoring or record-keeping and reporting of what pollutants they are releasing into our communities. They certainly will not have any incentive to implement any type of reporting on their own, especially when over half of the states prohibit regulators from being more stringent than EPA regulations. And this all while the American people will bear the burdens of the rule's repeal, facing even higher risks of cancer, asthma, and other severe health conditions. Not once, and I'll repeat that, not once in the history of the Clean Air Act has Congress rolled back its protections. And I find it extraordinary that Republicans are attempting to do this at a time when they're also trying to gut Medicaid. So we should be protecting this rule to defend the health of our constituents and to make sure that pollutants are being held accountable. I should say polluters are being held accountable, not just trying to rescind this rule entirely. So I think it's time that we stand up to big polluters and billionaires and recenter the health and needs of the American people. So for all these reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote no on this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from New Jersey yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that, and I'm kind of amused listening to our friends from the other side, all of the facts and the things they're bringing up. You know, it's not, Mr. Speaker, that they're ignorant. It's just that so much of what they know ain't so. With that, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge all my colleagues to vote yes on SJ Res 31, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the previous question is ordered on the joint resolution. The question is on the third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Third reading.
Joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to review of final rule reclassification of major sources as area sources under Section 112 of the Clean Air Act.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose, the gentleman from New Jersey?
I'd ask for the yeas and nays, Mr. Speaker.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause B of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the chair.